Good evening. City of Lamarque City Council regular agenda, September 9th, 2024. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a regular meeting September 9th, 2024, beginning at 6 p.m. in the council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Local Government Code, the presiding officer and a quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public, and this meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. Council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Kara, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A. Present. Councilmember District B.
Present.
Councilmember District C.
Present.
Councilmember District D.
Present.
And Mayor.
Present. Thank you. I have asked Mayor Pro Tem Joe Compion to lead us in our invocation, and Councilmember James Ross to lead us in our pledge. Stand if you are able.
We bow our heads. Glorious and blessed God, we place our work and ourselves into your hands this evening. Anoint us with your creativity and help us with ideas and give us energy so that even the smallest tasks that we have may be accomplished, and we do so in your honor. We also ask that may the work that we do and the way that we go about doing it, we do it with respect and that it brings hope and life and courage to all of us in our community that we represent. It is always in your gracious name that we pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. Do not believe that we have presentations tonight. And so we'll move now to item 5, citizens participation. Limited to 3 minutes. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who signed up may speak to council. It will be limited to 3 minutes. If wishing to speak, you can give the mayor, the presiding officer, your full legal name, your address, and the item you wish to speak about. In compliance with Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed, and personal matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. If you're visiting with us via phone, you may press *6 to mute or unmute yourself. If you are visiting with us via the Zoom platform on your smartphone, tablet, or computer, there should be a microphone in the lower portion of your screen. And if you are here in person, you may approach the center aisle when your name is called, and you will be heard at that time. Let us remember to address the council as a whole and not as individual members. Let us remember that personal attacks will not be allowed.
That baseball.
Thank you. And if I say, if your time has elapsed and I say finish your sentence, it is indeed your sentence, not your soliloquy. Thank you. Kyle, are there any persons online wishing to speak?
Yes.
Very good. Welcome. Your name and address for the record, please.
Rashard Loftus, Johnson Street.
Welcome, Rashard.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I just want to bring to your attention about the Public Works Conference. It's my understanding that you all joined the conference perhaps last year, and this year I've noticed and found out that no one was sent to this conference. No one attended from the City of Lamarque Public Works Department or staff. So I'm suggesting to you all that perhaps next year, you all make sure that you send someone to the conference. Staff, even an elected official should attend this conference. There's a lot of wealth of information here. Also, lots of equipment and things of that nature that you all are discussing buying. A lot of representatives here that can enlighten you all to the types of equipment you're considering. So it's very imperative that you all send someone, just as you all attend these TML conferences and such. Someone from Public Works and, like I said, staff should be sent to this conference. It's really an adventure to see and a wealth of knowledge to bring back to Lamarck to better our city. So, put that on your calendar for next year. I believe it'll be in Chicago, and, please send someone to that event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Office. Now, any other persons online wishing to speak? No? Very good. Move to those that are here in person. Mr. Robert Mishtich. Welcome, Robert. Name and address for the record, please.
Robert Mitch, 24 North Curlew. A couple of items. Item line number 8.8, which is the new accounting software, and then the other is on ethics procedures. The software is long overdue. Congratulations that you're going out for a bid on that. But in light of the financial software, there's a lot of changes that have to take place in order to implement that. So I want to bring to the council's attention on May 29th, a meeting with FEMA and the neighborhood of Mega Bay. And what we found out on that night, that there are all construction records and permits, occupation permits, everything gone. There is none left for any property below the levee. There may be more above, but we were only addressed as here. And that came from the director of permitting from Ms. Van Staveren. And FEMA had noted that they've been working with the city for 2 years and can't get a single record from them. Not one. That was stated in open meeting. My concern is you're going to go into this, not do a forensic audit, and all of a sudden, financial records are going to go missing. Too much of an opportunity. Ethics. One more thing is procedure. We're told that our city clerk and our counselor is going to judge whether or not something is ethical or non-ethical, ethical or non-ethical. Let's just say this, the people that file the ethics complaint, to them, they're filing it because they feel it's unethical. They have the right to be heard. It shouldn't be just shut down by any one person. And if something could be illegal, that doesn't mean you can't hear it as an ethics. In case in point, hypothetical, let's just say that I file an ethics complaint against our attorney here. How's that going to be handled? Who's going to judge that? Is going to recuse himself and go somewhere else? I'm just telling you, there's a lot of things to be considered. I know if I file one, I'm certainly going to want it to be heard publicly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mishtich. Alan Honish. Welcome, Alan. Name and address for the record, please.
Alan Honage, 2609 Meadow Lane. I'm representing Blankets of Comfort Ministry out of Tyler, Texas. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of the organization. State law, as of September 1st of this year, when a child is removed by CPS, they must have 2 items to take back with them: a bag to put their personal items in and a blanket to put around them. On top of that, I think that some of the things that we're talking about as far as the Youth Advisory Committee, we should look into not only as a city, but as the committee grows and starts forming itself, that we should look at what we can do as a city and a committee to be able to protect these children, so that when CPS does have to come out, someone with law enforcement has this on them, or the CPS worker has these items with them. If we as a council committee will take the time to listen to the adults, also the children in this area, We may find children that are being hidden, that are being abused, that won't talk to an adult, but will talk to a child. And we need to start listening to our children when we hear these things. Because the children are our future. I know it's been passed on and pushed on, and everybody's been said, children, children, children. And I've been up here in front of city council before, which meant I was with the Little League at that time. And I mentioned children all the time. I've worked with kids for over 25 years in this area. I'm not from this area. But I love the children in this area because I feel that they have a bright future if the community will pull together and work as one for the children in this community. Community leaders lead by example, which means you do not use your biases for different things that are going on in the community and direct them to the children of the community. My mama taught me, if you don't have something nice to say to somebody, you keep your mouth shut and you find something nice to talk to them about. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Is it a point of information?
Point of information. The Chief Merriman has blankets provided by the Red Cross for any of our needs, resident children especially, should they be dropped off at, as you know, they are at the fire station as a drop-off.
Yeah, we can't, yeah. That was just point of information.
Point of information.
We really can't respond other than offer a point of information. Thank you. No, you're fine. You're fine. Mr. Richard Holcomb. Welcome, Mr. Holcomb. Name and address for the record, please.
Richard Holcomb, Magnolia Drive, Lamarck, Texas. I'm up here to talk about the upkeep of the J.C. Park and the soccer field behind our houses. I bought that house in 1995, and it was a rent house. I lived there with my first wife for a few years, but anyway, we never had a problem with the grass being overgrown. It was beautiful St. Augustine grass in that soccer field. I mean, probably 4 or 5 acres of beautiful grass. Well, the contractors come in for the West Lawn drainage district, and they busted up all the culverts out there in that field, and now it's just full of busted up concrete. And I've become friends with the last landscaper that cut that, a Hispanic gentleman. And he showed up to that park one morning and he brought me some containers. We plant plants in containers, and he brought me these containers and he talked to me. He said, the city canceled my contract for the cutting the grass. He said, they said they had no money. But as long as have owned that house since 95, which is a pretty good time, I've never seen the grass get this tall in that soccer field and in J.C. Park. But now the city is taking it over because apparently they don't have the money to pay the contractors to do it. But you used to have a man that by the name of Parrish and Parrish, and I've personally seen that man once a month unload a 4-wheeler with a trailer behind it with chemicals, and he drove the fence line all the way around that soccer field, and there wasn't no underbrush going underneath the power lines. He kept that place good. Well, I don't know what happened to his contract, but we never had a problem with him. And the other guy, the new guy, the Hispanic guy, he kept it cut, not on a regular basis as we think it needs. You can't say 2 weeks in the summertime when it's rains every day, and the grass grows 2 foot in a week. But that park used to be full of kids, but now you see a family comes out there and they unload, and the mosquitoes, besides the low place right there that holds water, but when the grass is this tall and the little kids aren't much taller, it don't take long for the family to get up and leave. And I would just wish that the city could see some kind of way to hire another contractor, because apparently the city cannot handle keeping this grass cut on a timely basis. And Mayhew Park, we love going fishing and crabbing down at Mayhew Park, and I don't understand the reason why it's still closed down. There's a boat ramp there that a lot of people use. And now the gates are stayed closed. I don't know if it's because of the storm work or not, but I thought that had been done for a while. But thank y'all.
Thank you, sir.
That sounded right.
Yeah, you hit it right.
Mayor,
Good job. Good
Mayor?
job.
I'm sorry, just point of clarification, Mayhan Park has been reopened for public use, but the boat ramp is under construction for the boat ramp project. So certain parts of it will not be usable during construction.
Mahan Park is open, the boat ramp is not. Thank you, sir. Mrs. Clara Holcomb. Welcome, Ms. Clara, name and address to the record.
Clara Holcomb, Magnolia Drive, Lamar. I wanted to talk to y'all about how the city is handling the water bills. I've been noticing that every month there's a different due date. And I'm gonna go back to March. March, it was the 25th. April, 29th. May, the 28th. I got no bill with a June due date, but I got one with July 1st. And then July 31st. I'm sorry, July 29th. And this past month was August 26th. So in a 57-day span, I had 3 water bills to pay. I'd like to make a suggestion to the city. The city of Texas City has a due date. It is the same date every month. It never changes. And I can't recall, it's either the 4th or the 5th. That gives everybody time to get their checks or whatever. And they have a few days at the first of the month to pay the water bill. But this going back and forth, and I paid 2 water bills in 1 month, and then 26 days later, 27 days later, I have another water bill due. So I'd like to think the city would look at this. In my book, it shows that in June, y'all didn't take a bunch of income in from water bills because the bills were dated for July 1st. And when they fluctuate, my concern is how many people get stuck paying late fees because the date changes. And I'm sure that there are people that they're collecting from. And if some don't know it, if you're over 65, you can register with the city. And just this past month, I didn't get my check till the 28th. It was due on the 26th. So by the time I paid my water bill, I've already got a delinquent notice. So I'd like to recommend that to the city. And this brings to the point that this is a perfect example of why we need an audit. I want to address that we need a forensic audit. If there is nothing to hide, there shouldn't be a problem. Y'all should be able to agree to do it to settle everything down in this town. And then either we're hearing a bunch of smoke blown or we're getting the truth out. And I won't talk about J.C. Park because my husband did, but I did have an issue with someone suspicious in my neighborhood. And Chief Aragon and I talked about that, and he's going to address that for me. Thank you.
Look at those Holcombs. Thank you, ma'am. Pastor James Daniels. Welcome, Pastor. Name and address to the record, please.
Mayor and to the council. I live at 6809 Woodrow Street. And I had been hesitant about coming to address you all because of a community issue that doesn't seem like it's going to be resolved. I've lived there all of my life. I'm 76 years old. And I've never seen so much anger and negativity on the part of individuals who are supposed to be leading the city. And what I mean is, if there's a problem, then we need to deal with it. But as the person that now has to speak for the Mainland Baptist Ministers Alliance, I have a problem with, and please don't anybody take this the wrong way, but it's just the way I am. I have a problem with men who try to intimidate women. I got a problem with that. We have a problem with that. And so what we're asking today as pastors, that these types of innuendos cease. We get so tired of seeing different little things in the paper about this city. You all have to grow. And you all have to move forward. And we can't move forward until we get these issues right. And what we're doing right now is, brothers and sisters, we're trying to stop people from trying to make it a racial issue. But as an individual that who seem not to want to do that anything that comes up, all I've seen is things pointed at African-American office holders. That's not right. And that's not fair. And I've lived in Lamarque all of my life. I know I'm getting close. So I want to hurry and get this out of I want to hurry and get this. We should never allow this to come to Lamarque, because Lamarque has been a good city. We've seen a lot of things get solved here, but it can't get solved if individuals keep pushing and pushing this negative atmosphere. So let's do something about that. And I say this, while I'm talking about it, I'm the vice president for the public sector for the city of Texas City. And I deal with public employees, also the public employees that work for the city of Lamarque. And in Texas City, we do not need anyone from Lamarque to come and try to tell us how to handle our business. I have a good relationship with the mayor like I have with you.
Last sentence.
Last sentence, God bless you. And how about them Cowboys?
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Ms. Lois Jones. Welcome, Ms. Lois. Name and address for the record, please.
I want my grandsons to come up here with me, because what I have to say, I need their strength. So I'm asking the two young men that are here.
May approach.
I want to pass out something. I don't know
Yes,
who to
ma'am.
give it to.
Either Miss Nance or Mr. Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Take one. I'm Lois Jones, and I live at 2602 Meadow Lane in Lamar, Texas. My district is District C. So to Council Bell, Mayor Bell, and the City Council, I'm coming to you guys in a spirit of love, and I'm coming to you with grace, because I realize that we need that in Lamarque. I ditto what Reverend Daniels have said. I've been a resident in Lamarque for over 10 years. I've been an educator in Lamarque for over 20 years, and I currently work as an educator at Santa Fe School District, and I've experienced a school tragedy. And I'm approaching the council today to prevent anything of that nature from happening in our community. Most of you know my daughter that serves on the council. And what happens on politics is politics, 1-to-1. That's the world we live in. But when it rolls down to the family, I have a concern. And that's what I come up for this morning, to voice my concern, because I'm curious to know, what are the ethics for the city council? Kim's been dealing with this for 3.5 years, and so have we. These are my grandsons. My councilman in my District C has accused them of being gangsters, robbers. I gave you a flyer to show you the most recent thing, calling a grandmother a gangster. Like grandmother, like grandson. I don't appreciate that. I have lived an honorable life for 74 years in Galveston County. And these bully attacks of hatred is horrible. We cannot change people, but we can change laws. So I'm asking the city council to protect everybody. I'm nervous because of some of the things been saying for 3.5 years. My grandsons and the pastor of my church is here as well, because he called the church pimps and hoes. I got proof of that.
Let's keep it on the
I'm
council,
sorry.
Ms. Jones.
I'm sorry, I'm trying.
Don't
to
say he, just say council.
Councilman, I'm sorry, councilman in District C, let me state that. He represented me, I live in District C.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think it's.
Address the
imperative-
council as a whole. You may proceed, but
Okay.
we're
What do you
one.
want me to do? I'm sorry.
You're doing.
Just say council.
Council, okay, council. Thank you, sons. I appreciate that. You can see I'm nervous and I'm old. But I want to make sure that I'm not a gangster grandmother. My pastor is not a pimp. My grandsons are not running the streets crazy. They have career jobs. They're good boys. But this coming from City Council of Lamar has to stop. It's even interfering in Texas City and Dickinson governments. So I'm very concerned that you let me know exactly what you guys can do. I've never had a council person attack me at all because I've lived a life where I respect. And all I'm asking the council to make sure you look and see what needs to be done. It's a Facebook post, and he quoted that. Facebook is public, but then he took my post and twisted it. The council took my post, I'm sorry, and twisted it. So I am upset when we get out of the playing field. I'm not a politician. She is. So,
Last sentence.
thank you.
Thank you. Serena Heilman.
Mayor, point of clarification while the speaker steps forward. To answer the question about the billing cycles, can I answer that now?
Now,
Okay.
let's do that in your city manager's report. Yeah.
Thank
Miss Heilman, welcome.
Yes, Serena Heilman, Palm, Lamarck, Texas. I'm coming up here to just talk about the forensic audit again, because I don't want
Yes,
that to
ma'am.
go to sleep. At last council meeting, everybody seemed somewhat agreeable to move forward with it, and that you would talk about what scopes and what areas that could possibly be audited and looked at. Seems like everybody was somewhat agreeable. I'm not saying everybody was, but
Mhm.
felt like there was a lot of people that were agreeable to that. So I was just wanting to continuing to bring that forward so that it doesn't get put off to the side. Cause I feel like if we keep pushing it aside, then there might be things to hide, and I don't want that to be the case. I want it to go forward and we find out that there's nothing to hide, and then that we'll all be thankful for it, but I think it's money well spent. And I just think that we need to put that back on the agenda and continue to discuss that.
Mhm.
And I don't want to end up like Harris County. So that's all I've got to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Sherry Woodard. Welcome, Miss Sherry. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello, council. My name is Sherry Woodard, Cedar Drive, Lamarck, Texas companies. Okay. So I made some notes here so I can stay on task. I want to let everyone know that I was born and raised in Lamarck, Texas. I have a business in Lamarck. I chose to bring my business back to Lamarck, Texas. We are 5 generations in Lamarck. So we're vested in Lamarck. With that being said, Lamarck has always been a diverse community. No, you don't necessarily have to be on the same page at all times, but everyone appreciated each other's diversity. I'm here to express my disappointment and concern over, and I hate to call it what it is. And those are recent acts and recent racist acts and social media posts that perpetrated by a sitting council member, okay? And a small group, and when I say small, a very small group of people who are complicit in this deviant behavior, because it is deviant. Deviant behavior. So anyone that participates in the racism and the followings of this is deviant. But anyway, such actions are not only disgraceful, but they are a stain on the reputation of this council. Councilman Bell, Compion, Yancey, Ross, Laurie, you guys lead the city. And for the most part, Councilman Bell, Yancey, Compion, Ross, you guys have exhibited extreme patience with what's going on. You guys have exhibited extreme, tolerance. I could not be a politician because I'm not that nice and I'm not that tolerant. To have your families someone trying to destroy your families, but the thing is that you're strong. And I'm talking about Councilman Yancey and Mayor Bell, because the rest of the council doesn't necessarily have to see this. They're not going through necessarily what you're going through, but it's terrible. It is terrible that, and it's a stain on this council. As much as you guys have accomplished, and you've accomplished a lot, it's a stain because of the actions of one person. These individuals, including the small group of minions that follow, are reckless in sowing division with personal attacks on private citizens. Behavior that is careless, unfair, and unjust. And those who participate to turn a blind eye to these actions are just as culpable as the person at the center of the shameful acts. These personal
Last
attacks.
sentence. Finish your sentence. Last sentence.
Okay, last sentence, okay. I just want to say I commend the council members who are truly dedicated to the betterment of the city, okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wood. Carl Beard. Welcome, Carl. Name and address for the record, please.
How you doing? My name is Carl Beard. I'm actually not gonna get my address tonight. I'm gonna tell you the reason why I'm not gonna get my address. On a previous city council meeting, when I actually lodged a complaint about the validity of an election application, a pipe bomb-like object was sent to my house. That pipe bomb-like object was taken to the Marque police station where they had to actually, I'm gonna say, dispose of it to figure out that it wasn't a pipe bomb. So I won't get my address tonight, but I actually lodged my complaint with you about.
Hold on, Mr. Beard. Is that okay, under the circumstances, Gus?
What's his concern that he lodged a complaint? That's
No.
There was an object that was mailed to his residence.
if he doesn't, he can continue his speech. If he doesn't give information, then that may make it harder for you all to inquire. That's all I'll say.
That's fine, as long as
You may
it's part of the
proceed. You may
record.
proceed.
All right, so for the record, like I said, I won't give an address. But after that pipe bomb-like object was sent to my house, a city council person actually used freedom of information to obtain permit information. And a city council person went to a job site of an employer who contracted me to build a gas station here in Lamar and actually made threats to them. That same city council person put videos of me on Facebook via them following me around town, no different than he's followed other council persons and other members of the community around town. So what I'd like to bring to everybody's attention tonight is that we need to call out racism as political parties. I know you guys are very nonpartisan in your local elections, but both parties need to call it out. This stuff is kind of getting crazy out here to where people are making a lot of allegations of missing funding. The same person made an allegation to me that I received city funds from the EDC, and certain funds were being funneled to me because supposedly I'm the leader of, I guess, the Crips on Lake Road all of a sudden. This same person, a local developer who will provide plenty of jobs to underage kids, went after that local developer in a post on a, what can I say? It's no different than the Gals Today, the news. Lowry News Network is I can say Lowry News Network, correct, Gus? Okay, I'm just trying to make sure there's no personal text. So via Lowry News Network, it was an article that was put up by Jerome Karam and JK5 Investments, basically calling him a drug dealer and saying that he's funneling money to City of Lamar mayor and City of Lamar council persons. That came from a City of Lamar council person. So I'm actually, I'm supporting any censorship of this person, you know, by the general counsel. And I'm also asking that the city attorney contacts Jack Rody and asks for a formal investigation into these terroristic tactics that he's using. It's very reminiscent of the Jim Crow South in which my parents were brought up in. But what's very ironic, both my parents were raised here and none of them experienced what I'm experiencing in 2024. That's something very big to say, that we're using these former Klan style tactics to harass minorities And I'll,
Ma'am, you're out of order. You're out of order. Proceed. 10 seconds.
thank you.
James Osteen. You got it straight? Thank you, James. I had one for, there it is. Mr. Roger Vasquez. Welcome, Roger. Name and address for the record, please.
Roger Vasquez, live on Mary Lane. Hello, council people, and I'm here to talk about our infrastructure. Man, right now, when I take a bath, I feel like I'm dirtier than I was before. Got rust water coming out, stinks, smells bad. I mean, when I finish showering, I stink worse after I shower. So I have asked the city to come out and flush the fire hydrants, just to see if we can get some clear water. I mean, it's like, I got pictures that I've sent to somebody that shows how our water's coming out. You could fill up a bathtub and not see the bottom of the bathtub. That's how bad it is. And your toilet, looks like somebody's already been in the toilet before you get there. That's how bad it is. And I've got a sample there of our water line, how we're not getting no pressure. And I just took a trip to see my granddaughter in Brownwood, Texas. And I stayed at a hotel, and I could not believe the water pressure that I was getting at that hotel compared to what I get at my house. My house is a trickle compared to regular water pressure, but our infrastructure needs to be addressed. It needs to be a priority. I know y'all done the ditches and try to solve the flooding in our area, but we also found something else that's wrong, and that's our water lines. But also I'm here to address the roads. The roads need to be fixed. There's one right behind A&A Machine Shop that you cannot even go down there without having your tires blow out or messing up your tires. And also, everybody in Houston's pointed out Center Point, but I have seen nobody point out Texas, New Mexico of the growth on our power lines. And it's terrible because every time we have a storm, we're out of power because these vines are growing up there. Miss Laura McCartney just had one this week. The vine caught on fire, knocked the power out. And we've sent in complaints. I've even talked to Public Utilities Commission. You know, they need to do something down here with Texas, New Mexico. And I think the city should be on them too. Just like Houston got on Center Point, everybody around here that uses Texas, New Mexico needs to go after them also to do maintenance. That's it, just my opinion about the infrastructure.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Point of information, Mr. Vasquez. Mr. Vasquez? Mr. Vasquez, point of information, I believe it was last meeting, the council voted to send to Centerpoint and Texas, New Mexico letters urging them to maintain their lines. So we did that last meeting.
So their company.
Can't get into that. We sent them a letter asking them to maintain their property.
And if I may, Mayor, one of the items council is considering tonight deals with the city's participation at the PUC regarding Texas, New Mexico's filed resiliency plan.
Roger, I know it's one of your first meetings, but we can't get into a discussion. All I could do is tell you what we did so far. We can't get into a discussion. Thank you. Let's move now to public hearings. Was there some direction that you wanted to give me concerning public hearings? Proceed the public hearings,
Yes, we're gonna proceed with all the public hearings.
but not the action items?
We'll talk about those once we get to item 7.
Very good. Item 6, public hearing. conduct public hearing to hear public input. 6.1, ordinance number letter O 2024 0010, adopting the 2024 Water Conservation Plan for the city of Lamarque, Texas. 6.2, ordinance number letter O 2024 0015, establishing a youth advisory council, providing an effective date, making other provisions related to the subject. Item 6.3, ordinance number letter O 2024 0016, amending the City of Lamarque American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds allocations. 6.4, ordinance number letter O 2024 0017, making appropriations for the support of the City of Lamarque for fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2024 and ending September 30th, 2025, appropriating money to a sinking fund to pay interest and principal due on the city's indebtedness, and adopting the annual budget of the City of Lamarque for 2024-2025 fiscal year. 6.5, ordinance number letter O 2024 0018, levying ad valorem taxes for use and operation of the municipal government of the City of Lamarque, Texas for the 2024 tax year, providing for an apportioning each levy for specific purposes, and providing when taxes shall become due and when the same shall become delinquent if not paid. We will close the regular meeting at
6:44.
6:44, and we'll open the public hearing at 6:44 as well. Is there any persons online or before us tonight wishing to speak to item 6.1? Any persons wishing to speak to item 6.1? Any persons online or in person tonight with us wishing to speak to item 6.2? Anyone wishing to speak to item 6.2? Item 6.3, or any persons online or physically present tonight wishing to speak to item 6.3? Any persons wishing to speak to item 6.3? Item 6.4, are there any persons online or physically present with us tonight wishing to speak to item 6.4? Item 6.4. Item 6.5, are there any persons online or physically present with us tonight wishing to speak to item 6.5? Item 6.5. Thank you, council. We will close the public hearing at
6:45.
and reopen our regular meeting at 6:45. Item 7, I believe this is your cue, Ms. Nance.
After review, we would like to ask that council table items 7, 3, 4, and 5. There are some concerns regarding just verifying that we checked off all the requirements for the legal statutes relating to those items, and we're asking to bring those back on 7/23.
Very good. I will move over 7.1 and 7.2 and entertain a motion to table items 7.3, 7.4, and 7.5.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
No discussion on the table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Picking 7.1 back up, ordinance number letter O 2024 0010, adopting the 2024 Water Conservation Plan for the City of Lamarque, Texas. This is a second and final reading unless there are more pieces of information to add or new discussion to add. I will entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 7.2, ordinance number letter O 2024 0015, establishing a youth advisory council, providing an effective date and making other provisions related to the subject. Council, this is a second and final reading. Unless there are new additions to discussion, new information that we ought add to this discussion, I will entertain a motion to approve. So moved. There's a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are now, council, at 7.6, I believe. Solid waste contract, authorizing the City of Lamarque to enter into a 5-year solid waste and recycling collection service agreement with Waste Management. Would that be Gus, or would that be the city manager?
That would be me to start unless somebody would like to have any questions.
Proceed.
before I begin.
Kyle, let's put 10 minutes on this discussion, please. Proceed, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm gonna ask Kyle to please share the screen here for us. Looks like some of those things are. Interview to go on. We also have Ms. Lopez present. Do you mind if we have her approach as well? Should you have any questions on this item, Mayor?
Very good. Welcome, Ms. Lopez.
Mayor, I'm gonna have some questions and comments on this.
Hold on just a minute, Councilmember. Is there a presentation that you are making? Okay. Let's let the city manager make his presentation before we get into questions. Proceed, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. This sheet here that is before you represents the different options of what we had. If you remember, going back to how we got to this situation, when we had the discussions with Waste Management, they made a presentation. I don't remember which meeting it was, but I believe it was in either June, right before the storm, the first storm, when we started to have these discussions, and they came presented to you shortly after Hurricane Beryl. Some of the discussions that we had were the continuance of this agreement. Before, originally, we intended to continue this contract at the original amount of the 3%. The 3% increase per year would have allowed us to keep going in a certain stage moving forward. As we continue to be charged 3%, and we were going to charge 3.5%, slightly 0.5% over. In the discussions that we had during the budget process, when Ms. Lopez came and presented on behalf of Waste Management, this presentation brought us to potentially moving the commercial operation over straight to being billed by Waste Management. In that, it allowed us to the possibility of having a franchise fee to be added. We entertained 3 different franchise fees. These are those numbers for representation, should you need them. I believe there are printouts for you that were in your packets. I do apologize. I don't have mine in front of me, so I apologize for the reference here. But this is the representation of the first part, which is the franchise fee. We had to separate this because what you're voting on tonight is 2 totally separate items. The contract itself would move commercial to be voted to be placed under Waste Management's control, meaning they would do the billing and then the city would then receive a franchise fee, which is different from the current process where they conduct the service, but we do the billing. That's step 1. The second part of this contract that we have before them, that we have for your consideration, is to then vote on which contract you wanted to go with as far as the 3 proposals that they gave us. The last direction you gave us to coincide with was having going with the 5% option, which would be a 5% increase per year. We want to bring you that as to what those numbers represent as you entertain whatever focus you would like to have for this particular contract. We have the numbers available as to what they represent, starting with next year in 2025, and then subsequently we can show you what the rest of the sheets represent.
Yeah. Thank you. Were you done?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
I believe the council settled on on acting through a 10% franchise fee. I believe that's what the discussion was. Now, did you want to add something, Ms. Lopez?
I'm just here for questions.
Just here for questions. Let's open this up for questions. Councilmember Lowry, you had a question?
I want to congratulate you on the bid, or contract, I should say, that didn't go out for a bid. We appreciate you coming here, probably on salary, not getting paid for it. What I have an issue with is the city of Lamarque, whether it was whoever's fault it is, never put this out to bid. We had an email of a person that put in an open record request and tried to put in a bid. And The issue that I have is it could have saved taxpayers money. We will never know. And there was things brought up like, could we get a smaller dumpster for elderly people that, you know, maybe only one person or maybe two people, but they don't need an 80-gallon can, they need a 20-gallon can. There was questions brought up of discounts for veterans, discounts for senior citizens. So we will never know. We did not get the opportunity to bid this. I think that as a council, we should be embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. We're not being good stewards of the taxpayers' money. And it's inappropriate. And it's just not right. It's not the right thing to do. You know, I've had issues, 7 years, 5 years you guys have been doing it. I've never had bulk pickup. Every time it's been a fight, and then I end up paying somebody to come haul it off. But that's my experience. You know, I liked what was here before. Some people like what's here now. That's great. But regardless of that, we didn't do our duty as elected officials in bringing this out to bid. It's highly inappropriate. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Did you want to speak to that?
I apologize. I mean, I wish you would have addressed it, 3 meetings ago when I was here. Definitely, if you're having a repeat, issue at your house, I would love to speak to you. And I think everyone has my personal cell phone number of any issues. So please, let me know how I can address it going forward, because it's not the service that I've heard from others here in Lamarque.
And it's really not, it's not to do with me or my house or my cost, because it doesn't affect me. I mean, it's really not about money or anything like that. It's about us not doing our job and putting this out to bid, which it should have been done. I mean, to me, it's like bid rigging. Nobody has a chance to bid. We can't save the taxpayers' money. We're not doing our job as elected officials. Nobody up here can say we can or we have. If we don't put this out to bid, we are failing the taxpayers. Plain and simple. And other than that, you guys have done a good job. I appreciate you coming up here, but it's nothing against Waste Management. It is against us up here not doing our job. But that's it.
So I drove around my district today, and I will tell you that the Highway 3 side of District D, across from down Oak Avenue, down Maple, Cedar Avenue, Avenues A, B, and C, Grafton, Westerledge, all had bulk trash that have been out for 2 to 3 weeks. They have nothing but brush and limbs and stuff. And on Thursday, I'll get to do the other half of District D, which will be this side going down 11th and 10th and stuff, and see if that bulk trash has been out there for 2 to 3 weeks still also. It's not being done. That's why I harp on it when we talk about it in the meetings. And I'll get the messages about, we want to keep it, understand everybody wants to keep it, but the city's paying for it and it's not getting done. And then I get the phone call or the text message about why is it not being done? I have to relay that to Caesar to follow on with it, because that's how our code of ethics works when it comes to that. We have to go through the city manager first.
Caesar, when did you first alert council that the
Mayor. Yeah.
I'm sorry, did you want to add?
Yeah, like to add.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Before along your lines before I'll be able to provide you some answers. Number one, there is an issue on the Shana, Ms. Lopez, still with the bulk pickup, and this has been a post-Burrell issue. And I don't know who's I don't know who's winning this, but apparently we're the losers because the bulk is not being picked up at all, in my opinion. I share the observation of Councilmember Ross that I'm seeing bulk. Now, in the past, if you had, we're past the Hurricane Burrell pickups. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
So we're past that. And per this contract, which I've gone over, that's your responsibility up to 5 cubic yards. And in the past, how that was handled over the period of time is that at the very least, the bulk pickup truck would pick up what they consider to be the 5 cubic yards, right? And since it's being done on a weekly basis.
Kyle, 5 additional minutes. Caesar took about 3 minutes setting the podium.
Apologies.
Proceed, you
Yeah,
may
and
proceed.
so since this is, I forgot the train of thought here, that beep. It used to be pick up the 5, and then the following week come pick up another 5, right? And then ultimately it was all taken under that method, right?
Yes, sir.
But right now I'm not seeing anything.
Well, do you mind if I
No,
address
no,
that?
I'm just,
So as just before the council meeting today, I received pictures of one bulky pile that was not addressed.
mhm.
And it was logs, basically
I-
cut up.
yeah.
So in that particular, we can't pick those items up. They're not in the bulky description just because if they're cut, if they're sliced,
Yeah.
absolutely. But if we try to pick those up, it's going to mess up the blades of our truck. Those were maybe late pick out from the storm. So our protocol now is if there's piles that we can't address because maybe they're large, we get in code enforcement involved to try to help to minimize that. So maybe in that instance, it's to cut the logs, right? So that we can pick them up and not damage the truck. So those are some of the things of bulky is, yes, it's 5 cubic yards, but it's 5 cubic yards of allowed material that's not going to damage the truck that, a crew can pick up. So some of those requirements it's maybe through social media of addressing those that we're seeing that we can work through.
Yes, and I agree with you. That's something that Keep Lamarck Beautiful as a commission. It's a constant education. I'm big into pictures. Kyle knows this. I would go around driving and I would send him these pictures of these big logs, trees, especially
Right.
on the west side. So that no, this is going to take special equipment, but during this, but to the extent that we have this issue of the bulk trash that's not being picked up, somehow or other it does need to be resolved.
Absolutely.
Okay, it does need to be resolved, and I don't necessarily know code enforcement, but I'm going to leave it in the city manager's hand and Kyle's hand. Both of them are working on that, on how best to resolve it. Second thing, it is frustrating, and not only for myself but for others that I get calls on, that we're playing ping pong trash. People have a problem. They call the city. I've said this already. This is nothing new. The city manager have said this. No one answered the phone. There's just a recording, or they're told, call Waste Management. Waste Management is told, it picks up the phone. You guys do pick up the phone. And then they're told, well, you need to talk to the city about it, right? Let's get these things resolved so that ultimately it's positive outcomes on that side. Then second thing, with regard to the contract itself, Councilmember Yancey, Councilmember Lowry, sorry. In 2 years ago, when we undertook the review of the water rates, I believe it was 2 years, right, Councilmember Ross?
Yes.
2 years. This was part of the discussion as well, because we were trying to incorporate, mind you, because we've got 3 expenses in there: the sewer, the garbage, and the water rate. How do we maintain these rates with a minimal impact? And both the Houston Galveston Area Council had done a study with regard to area waste collection fees, and we looked at that as part of this process, and we felt that they were within the acceptable range, especially looking at possibilities of renewal. We didn't hear any complaints during that period of time, and it's just a process of not being in council. I've experienced that when I came on council, because the previous council had agreed to hire two deputy city managers that I did not know anything about.
We didn't agree to do that.
And I
Proceed.
didn't do it, right?
Yeah.
And so but it is what it is, and I came aboard and at the time that I came aboard. So just to give you a little history there on that side.
Yeah, Mayor, here's another issue that I have. The person requested about the contract and the waste management stuff that was going on. And his open record request from another waste management company is
All right,
still
finish your
in,
statement. Go ahead.
is still in review for over 30 days. So if we have a company that's trying to bid on something, he's requesting information from the city. It's been in the open record process for over 30 days. We're doing a disservice. We still 4 years later can't figure out this open record process. But it's a major issue. I'm just saying, we didn't put it out to bid, whether it was brought to us 3 months ago, 6 months ago, 12 months ago. It still needs to go in front of us. We still need to do our due diligence, getting a bid, whether she's the highest, lowest, it's just our job. That's what we do. But the second issue is when you have a company that's literally trying to get information to bid on this waste management stuff and we just ignore them. I mean, to me, that's bid rigging. I mean, that's
If I may, Mayor,
Yeah, help us, Gus.
this is an expenditure for, as the local government refers to, necessary to preserve and protect the public health and safety of the municipality's residents. Both guidance from the Texas Municipal League and from the Texas State Courts say that a competitive bid process for this, an expenditure to protect public health and safety, is not required. So this process as I am aware, the city is following state law when it comes to municipal procurement.
Yeah.
And the rest about all I am speaking to is the legality. It appears to be legal, Mayor.
Yeah,
It
we're gonna,
appears
we're
to
gonna,
be
we're
legal,
gonna,
but
we're
is
gonna,
it ethical? Is
uh,
it moral? I mean, there's.
Councilmember Lowry, we're gonna end the discussion and move forward now.
I have one more question,
We,
Mayor.
we have exhausted the discussion. If you have a question,
I have
you may
one
proceed.
question. So if a 12-inch log is too big, does that mean a love seat is no longer allowed for bulk pickup?
Well, love seat actually will compact. It's the big logs that when we compact the back of the truck, it has a blade. So those logs do not compact at all. So when you break down a love seat, it doesn't have any big, components. It allows to crush. And that's the difference between the logs. There's no crushing and no compacting a log, if that makes sense.
Very good. I will entertain a motion on item 7.6.
This, the contract,
Yes,
renewing it?
yes.
Yeah, I'll move to renew.
Is that second?
Second.
Provided, this motion provide for a 10% franchise fee? Is that what you were after?
Yes, sir. That is
Is your motion
and
provided for a
that
10%
is,
franchise fee?
Well, don't we have to agree as to what that represents in terms of, we have to have an understanding of what the 10% versus say a 12.5% might represent if we're.
Well, he gave us the information. If
I know it. Yeah, I know
right.
that. Yeah.
Do you want to make a motion with or without
I'll make it with the 10.
10?
Yes.
Is there a second? I thought I heard a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any
Nay.
opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Are you a nay?
I'm a nay.
Sorry, so there's 3 ayes.
3 ayes and 2 nays.
Okay.
Thank you, council. Item 7, excuse me. TML Board of Trustees election casting votes for the Texas Municipal League Intergovernmental Risk Pool Board of Trustees election. I will entertain a nomination. We don't necessarily have to do this tonight, but if there was a nomination, certainly we would entertain that tonight. One more time, I will entertain a nomination. Hearing none, we'll move to item 8, new business items presented to the city council for discussion and possible action. 8.1, ordinance number 2024-0019, amending section 32, the city of Lamarque, Texas Code of Ordinances, making various findings and providing for an effective date. This is the first reading. Would this be a Gus?
That'll be a me item, your mayor. This item is coming to council. It's part of the city's working with Debbie Bosick. I don't believe Debbie is here tonight, but Brent is here. I don't know if from Attico Engineering, Attico's been helping us as well. This is updating the city's flood damage prevention ordinance. The last time it was updated, I believe, was 2014. The council has two versions of the ordinance in front of it. The first version is the quote unquote clean version. That is the ordinance that would be sent to MuniCode, showing this is what council did. The second version is the red line version. What I tried to do with that, mayor and council, is present to council what the current ordinance is, and then the changes are redlined. So if it's underlined and in red, generally those are going to be additions to the ordinance. If it is struck through if it is red and has a strike through it, those would be deletions from the current ordinance.
So which one are we considering? The first?
Anyone could be considered. I just gave you two so that you could.
A or B?
Yes, they're the same, but B is I did for readability, for council readability purposes to see exactly what was changing in.
Council, is there a need to discuss item 8.1?
Mayor, I do.
Go ahead.
A question.
5 minutes, Kyle.
Gus, in terms of this particular ordinance, does this impose any additional cost to any of our, I didn't see any, but I'm just want to make sure. Are there any additional costs in any way or financial impact to a homeowner?
To existing structures?
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that, Mayor Pro Tem. There are increased building standards which may cost more money. I don't like the stuff about above freeboard. That may, for new construction, there, I would assume there would be a financial impact there, but do existing structures have an additional financial burden? I don't know the answer to that. I would have to get back to you.
And passing of this ordinance is the basis by which it establishes the rates for the participation in the National Flood Insurance Program.
Is your question if we pass this ordinance, the city's community rating may increase? I would need to check with Debbie and get back to you. I believe so, but I don't want to tell you that for sure. I need to get with Debbie.
That's something that was the only thing that concerned me. I wasn't too clear on that, whether there was an impact increasing rates. And I don't know how to deal with it. Is there a time frame on this? It's going to be
Is
something.
time sensitive?
Not necessarily. If council wants, council has two options. Council can pass it and direct me to bring you back that information. Or council can table it and direct me to bring you back that information. It's up to you all, or you can do nothing.
Would you make a motion either way?
I'll go with whatever council wishes to do, whatever you guys. I'm comfortable either way. But I would like to know, and I think all of us, I pay those fees and sure others do. I agree.
Any other person on council? Let's do this. Let's table. We don't want to make a decision, certainly if we don't have all of the information, so I will entertain a motion to table.
So moved.
The second?
Second.
No discussion on the table. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 8.2, ordinance number letter O-2024-0020. Sanitation residential rate increase effective October 1st, 2024. This is the first reading. Is this you, Mr. Garcia?
Yes, it is, sir.
You need to get to a microphone.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'll ask Kyle to share for the sake of us following up. Could you blow that up? The table I've handed out to you as far as a printout.
Good.
Sorry. The table that I've handed for you as far as a printout shows you some of the different models that we have in place right now. If you look at the one that's highlighted in red, scroll down a little bit there, Kyle. It shows what the rate is going to be next year, assuming that now that we've passed the actual item for the rate increase. They being Waste Management would charge us $26.64 per month per resident for our actual trash. Currently, we are set to charge to the resident $26.38. So you can see that that is going to be a loss. What that loss represents for the course of the year, if I take that number, the difference of those two numbers, the 2664 and the 2638, if I take those numbers, I multiply by the number of accounts that we look to have, which this year we're starting the year at 7,004. So 7,004 accounts is what we were starting the year at for October 1, presuming that we don't get any new accounts. But right now, that's what we're projecting we're going to start at. Should we do that, then it's going to represent a loss of this side of the account of $21,545.70. If you follow that line all the way over, Kyle, scroll to the right, please, for those that are watching. Council, for those of you showing to the on the table that's in front of you, those numbers in red represent what happens every year. So year one, we'd be 21,005, year two, 57, 279, and so on and so forth. I know that we had some discussion about possibly using the franchise fee that is going to be used to possibly offset that cost as much as possible, so the increase wasn't such a burden on our residents. I simply wanted to show you whichever plan you wanted to go with. So the first table that's shown these red numbers shows what that loss would be year by year, should you choose with 3.5% while we're being charged 5%. And obviously per year that compounds. If you look at the next plan down, the next model, I should call it, not plan, model, the 5 versus 5% model shows that we would be in a very, very, very small, very minimal increase where we'd be in the black of $10,000 to $11,000 per year. And it goes up roughly by about $800 per year. Same sequence, 7,004 accounts. It programs how many residential accounts we plan on having more per year, so forth. And the last of these models shows a 5 versus 6% model. I understand there may have been some confusion from what we presented last time. And so I wanted to make sure to give you guys options as to what it was you were presenting, so you would have a real effect of what these numbers would mean. Yeah. What I then did, and Kyle, I'll ask you to go to this screen next, the 10% franchise fee. I wanted to hand these out to you separately so that we could have the next one, the one that says 10%. And below that. This sheet that's before you now shows what that represents should you decide to use the franchise fee to offset that account, that amount in any way. Sorry.
Yeah.
See this? I know, isn't it? Thank you for the big, I like this.
We attempted to blow it up a little bit so it was easier for everybody to see. That's why if you fold it in half or do the engineer's fold that I pre-did on some of those for you, it'll be easier to keep with you in your binders. What this table shows is the effect of what you would choose to do with the franchise fee per year, should there be an actual desire and appetite to do that. Because what we need to then now entertain is, what are we going to charge the public? Is it going to be 3.5%? Is it going to be more? And then also, what are we going to, what's that going to mean for us on a yearly basis? So what's shown here above is a effect of what the current 3.5-year model is, or 3.5% model is. So where we're going to raise $100,906.26 from the franchise fee in year one, but we're also going to represent, if you keep this model, a loss of $21,545. That's where it shows that surplus of $79,360.56. And those are the comparisons by model. So you would have numbers to make whatever decision you would want to make.
Yeah, thank you. We
Yes, sir. I'm done.
Council, last week in our budget workshop, we spoke a little bit about using that franchise fee. It's about $100,000 to cover that $21,000 deficit this year, because we are attempting to not raise any rates on our residents. If that's still the appetite of council, certainly we will entertain a motion to that effect. Is that right, Kiera? That motion would have to reflect us continuing to have our residential rate at $26.38. Is that correct?
That is what the council would like.
Would that be the number? If we wanted to keep the rates the same and augment that deficit with the franchise fee, what would be the number?
For the
For
resident,
the motion.
$26.38.
$26.38.
Yes, sir.
Council, that's what we spoke about. Unless there is a new idea or a different motion, I will entertain that motion.
Information, just
Go ahead.
to,
Bye,
thank you
Kyle.
once again for the big
Certainly.
flow chart here. To be clear, for beginning October billing, and I hope we get the billing periods worked out, FYI. The it would be an increase of 25 cents for next year, correct? From the 26.13 to 26.38.
The difference would be that. So yes, had we kept the original contract, it would have been 26.13 that they would have charged us. We would have still been charging
So
26.38.
it's a quarter, just a quarter for 25.
Current garbage bill is $25.49.
25.49 is what we're charging this year. So it'd be 26.38 minus 25.49. Looks like roughly 89 cents for math.
So, yeah. What's the current rate we're paying right now?
Today,
$25.49.
25.49.
Okay, so when I asked you what rate we were paying now, that's the rate I was asking about.
I apologize.
No,
I thought
yeah, no
as of
problem, no
October
problem.
1, as of
Okay.
October 1, that rate did change, but yes,
As of October 1,
it will change.
it will change.
It would have
to-
changed regardless.
It would have changed regardless is
Yes,
what you're
sir.
trying to say.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. That's the point I was making.
Okay, that's fine.
And that's where I can
I
get the
got you.
question. Was
I
it
got you. And that's the 26.38.
26.38 would have been the rate regardless.
I got you now. Thank you.
According to the previous contract.
Okay, so a previous contract, we hold it at 26
38.
for and then that's this previous, as if it was the previous contract, that's what this first line is. We just do that and then at our option, with the feedback from those of you that are going to be on council, whether I be here, God willing or not. It's a sticker item that the council will have to either decide if they want to put out an RFP or they wish to continue. You can do either one of the two. Gus, did I hear that correctly?
Say that again.
And when the renewal period comes up for this, when this contract term
Right.
ends,
Yes.
the council will have a decision to make.
Yes.
Its decision will be either, do we agree to put this out for as a request for proposals?
Request, it would
Yeah.
not be a request
Right.
for production. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's something else.
Yeah, okay. Or go ahead and just say we're gonna iron out an agreement with Waste Management. We have that option.
That is correct.
All right, that's what I understood. Okay. All right, I'll make a motion
make
to
that
go
motion?
with this first, Mayor,
Okay, is that 26.38?
and with the 10% franchise fee directed to cover the differences.
So you're making a motion that we allow the normal 3% increase that would bring it to 26.38,
Yes, sir.
and that we would augment the deficit with the new franchise fee on commercial counts only.
Correct. And to be clear, only the deficit, because any remainder of the franchise fee amount would go into our road fund,
There you go. Good.
okay?
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Is there a second?
So
Second.
what do we do when it
We have a
starts?
second. Now we have Mr. Ross. Go.
What do we do when we start going into the red in 3 years by that option?
And I, as I looked at this, may I reply? I looked at this is that we're going to have to follow this. This is, the city manager, I made this point with him. We're going to have to follow this, and we're assuming either we can cover reds with what's our funding sources as they increase, whether it be sales tax. Once again, one of the assumptions that we haven't been too clear on is the growth in terms of the commercial accounts. I was just excited to see Church's Fried Chicken open down the street, right in the line of cars that are there. So
Very good, council. Are we wrapping this up or what are we doing?
that's how I would approach it.
All right, let's thank you, Joe. Let's call for the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Item 8.3, resolution number letter R-2024-0046. Adopting a substantial damage response plan, making various findings, providing for an effective date.
Yes, Mayor, this is updating the city's substantial damage response plan. This again was put together in consultation with Attico Engineering and Debbie Bosick, who is with Cahoon Consulting. That is who the city is contracted with to assist the city with floodplain management issues. I understand this substantial damage response plan is in keeping with regulations put out by the Federal Emergency Management Agency and brings us into compliance with those, or brings the city into compliance with those.
Thank you, Gus. Council, do we have an appetite to discuss or shall we proceed to action?
I have
Say
a
question.
question, Mayor. I would like to get a plain English explanation of what is a substantial damage response plan. Just tell me. I'm
Tonight?
just right. No, just very simply. Someone explain to me what is a substantial damage response plan?
Sure. So the substantial damage response plan is a plan for how the community is going to evaluate and respond to flood damage in the special flood hazard areas within the community.
And,
Substantial damage is 50% or more.
and that is by way of reporting to whom? Report this information to whom? The FEMA or report it to TDM? What's the purpose?
So the purpose is the city, and again, I'm not sure, Brent, do you deal with the city's, or do Rick or Brent deal with the city's floodplain issues? Or is that a Den and Debbie issue? No problem. All right, so this is the city is required as part of the National Flood Insurance Program to have a flood damage prevention ordinance and have a plan to respond to flood damage. And that's what this plan is. Whether the city is going to report it to TDM or FEMA is not, while that may occur under the plan, as far as I understand, that's not the main purpose of the plan. The main purpose of the plan is to address at the city level flood damage.
Last question. Does this require, if you know, does this plan require the city to expend any dollars to mitigate whatever damage that has occurred or repaired?
I'm not aware that it does, but I could not tell you with 100% assurance as Mayor Pro Tem. And I can find that out if you would like.
Yes, I would like to I'll move to pass it, Mayor.
Is there a second?
With that request for follow-up info.
Second.
Did you get the request for the follow-up info portion of it?
Yes.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Item 8.4, engineering design services, approving for an engineering design agreement with Attico Engineers for street paving improvements on Jefferson Drive and pavement markings on Cedar Drive and Lake Road in the amount of $99,750. Mr. Seiler. Did I say it right?
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Spend some money. Every time I come up.
5 minutes, Kyle.
This pertains to the engineering work for Jefferson Drive, as we've had some discussions about that multiple times. We're looking at putting in concrete street, so they've got to do some design work, full engineering, survey work, and basically rebuild that street, top to bottom. It also includes some engineering work for striping on Cedar from westward to Highway 3 and all of Lake from 1765 to I-45.
Very good. Residents off of Cedar Drive have been complaining about the lack
It's
of.
been on the burner for a while, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you. Council, any questions about this project?
Is this project gonna include looking at the water, the sewer, the drainage on Jefferson? Because I really hate for us to do work above ground and then everything breaks below ground and we have to redo it.
No, it does not.
Also, are we going to, as a council, hold businesses that have heavy equipment coming up and down the road partially responsible for working on the road that they are attached to?
I think that's another question, basically, that we have to put on the agenda to discuss that. Jefferson Drive is in my district, and we do need to do something ASAP because of what it is doing to the roads, what it's doing to teachers' cars as they're driving to the high school. So I don't think it's something that we can ignore. I know when we do have our bond, we'll go through that and make it even better. But right now, this is a temporary fix. Am I correct? It's not a permanent fix.
It's a permanent fix for Jefferson Drive.
It is a permanent fix. So to be concrete,
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
So
This is just engineering work. We expect that the project will be in the $800,000 range. 750 to $800,000.
And that's because we basically told them that we would, got to have it fixed 2 years ago. And we're still dealing with the same issue. So that's why we're trying to make sure that it gets done.
Yes, I mean, to go concrete is more expensive than doing an asphalt overlay or doing something simple, but because of the truck traffic and we have, if you look at Hallam Road down by off of Garrett and things, you know, there's lots of traffic on that road. It's concrete. That's where they built it, you know, to handle all the Amazon trucks. So, you know, we have several areas in town that we have heavy truck traffic. AA is a big facility here in the city. They do use Jefferson for entrance for their operations. But we have not approached AA at all about paying for any of this. It's a city street and when we feel we need to maintain it.
Very good.
So I'm not against doing this, but we literally need to look at all our streets, especially when, sorry that you're here, but Waste Management truck backs out of Prune onto 11th and puts a divot into the asphalt.
Right.
I mean, we've got to figure out how all of our infrastructure is going. And if we're gonna concrete this as a permanent solution, please, Lord, let's make sure we look at our lines underneath before we concrete it, because I don't want to cut it out and have to redo it again. That's
So
7 Ps.
that's been discussed. The issue comes up with any time that we approach the streets. As you know, we paved Bayou recently and we've poked a lot of holes in Bayou, both from water line and the sanitary sewer work. In order to do full street restoration, which is certainly a good idea, it takes funding from both the water utility side and from general fund side. And we struggle with that. So right now there's been a request multiple times about Jefferson. It was one of our primary streets on a street study that was done in 2005.
And I'm not.
So, I mean, there are other streets. I don't disagree with you.
I'm not even going, if we're going to put a permanent patch on that street, please let us look at the pipes first fix those and then put that patch there because I get a lot of heartburn about what happened on Bayou and I don't want to have to deal with the heartburn because it looked pretty until there was a water leak. Let's fix what's under and then.
And I would double check. I don't know if I can tell you that right now, but generally our water lines are back or outside of the pavement zone. So eventually, if we do the pipeline work, we would be outside of the pavement. I don't, other than some service lines that's crossing, typically service lines would be put in with directional bore equipment, so we wouldn't trench across a new street. That doesn't say that we couldn't have a service line failure that would require pavement work.
Yeah. Yeah, so we basically, Caesar, so that we can bring this horse to the barn. Mr. Ross is concerned about any potential drainage, water supply, sewer work underneath the street. Would you, next meeting, bring us in your city manager's report, a report on potential issues underneath Jefferson Street so that we can plan for that? Thank you. Anything else, council? Are we ready to, do we have a motion? We ready to make a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 8.5, emergency purchase of a pump for lift station operations, ratifying the purchase of a replacement pump for Delaney Cove Lift Station. Rick, can you help us in 30 seconds or less?
Yes, sir. This
Go.
pump was, we only had one pump operational at Delaney Cove, which is in the Delaney Cove subdivision. That pump failed. It was gonna take some time to get that pump rebuilt. We put in a standby pump, but we felt it was better to replace that pump and put in a new pump. We're working on getting the auxiliary pump or the pump that was at that lift station rebuilt, but we needed a new pump for this lift station and we ordered it and had it put in.
Very good. Any questions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 8.6, Galveston County Health District Water Quality Agreement approving the fiscal year 25 water quality monitoring agreement with Galveston County Health District. Council, do we have any questions as it relates to item 8.6? Hearing none, we will entertain a motion to approve.
This is to do monthly, just to make sure the level of quality of our
Did you
water.
do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, this is our annual agreement we bring to you every time. I mean, this is just for us to make sure that we keep in compliance with our water quality.
We'll also let you know if you have any questions and you want to personally have your water monitored, you can go to the health district behind Galveston County or Galveston Central Appraisal District, and they have a little thing that you can test your tap water, bring it in. It's like $12 and they'll monitor.
And for clarification here, because I want to make sure we don't get anything confused, this has nothing to do with drinking water.
Okay.
Okay, this only
Yeah.
has to do with sanitary sewer. They do inspections for us at restaurants for grease traps. They also handle any type of complaints for sewer discharges. They do inspections with us at our wastewater treatment plant. So it generally has to do with wastewater, water quality issues that affects the environment.
That's helpful. Thank you. I will entertain a motion. Approval.
So move.
The second.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 8.7, final plat application of Woodhaven, final plat application of Trails at Woodhaven Lakes, approving the final plat application of Trails at Woodhaven Lakes, Section 2, A, 3201 acre tract of the SF Austin League Survey Number 4, Abstract 2, City of Lamarque, Galveston County, Texas.
Yes, Mayor, this is for the property located on the intersection of Texas Ave and Delaney Road. So this is Trails of Woodhaven Place. This will be the final plat for them to continue their development of that property.
How many homes?
I don't have the total number of this particular plat, but I do know that the entire development will be over 200 homes.
Okay, very good. Council, any questions? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 8.8, RFP for financial software, authorizing the release of a request for proposal for new transparency software to support finance, accounting, human resources, payroll, utility billing, permits, budgeting, and planning. Kyle, let's put 5 for Mr. Garcia, and then we'll follow with 5 for questioning.
Ms. Turner is on the line as well.
Welcome, Ms. Turner.
We just wanted to make sure that we got this forward. We told you we've been working on this for a while. We had to fine tune it. We did receive approval from the funding agency to proceed with this. This expense is to come out of ARPA. We did work with our grant works consultant, that is the grant administrator on this grant. And they have authorized the release of this from internal functioning. It's now up to you to release it so we can properly procure the software to move forward. Thank you.
Very good. Council, do we have any questions for Mr. Garcia or Ms. Turner as it relates to item 8.8? Well, it works for me as well. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Item 8.9, Lloyd Goslick. Considering intervention request by Lloyd Goslick, attorney at law, regarding Texas New Mexico Power Company's application for approval of system resiliency plan. Mr. Garcia.
This is actually Gus.
Is this Gus?
Yes, Mayor, this is the item I spoke about, I believe, during citizens' participation. Texas New Mexico Power has filed its system resiliency plan with the Public Utility Commission of the state of Texas. The city, or Lloyd Gosling, through the Gulf Coast Coalition of Cities, of which the city is a part of, is requesting permission from the city to intervene on the city of Lamarque's behalf to analyze the plan and basically analyze the plan and on behalf of the city and evaluate it from the rate.
Its viability.
Correct. Yes, yes, Mayor. I apologize.
No problem at all. Council, do you have any questions for Gus as it relates to item 8.8?
And what we would be asking is for a motion to authorize intervention on the city's behalf.
Very good. I will entertain that motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 8.10, TML Region 14 Board of Director ballot casting votes for Texas Municipal League, TML Region 14 Board of Directors. Is this time sensitive, Ms. Nance?
This is the first time that you guys, I believe, are seeing this one, so we have until, I believe, the end of the month or middle of October. I'm not sure which one this is.
The ballots are due by the 3rd of October.
There we go.
So
So we can do this on the 23rd. I just wanted to get it in front of you.
Very good. Council, unless we wanted to rush into this, certainly we may have questions about those persons that are eligible. And Ms. Nance might help us with that in the interim. Unless we are just really excited to act tonight, council, I'll move past item 8.10. Take no action. Any objection? Item 9, city manager report. Council, as always, I'll read these 3 items. The last one is good of the order. If you would like to discuss in detail any of these 3 items, just let me know. Item 9.1, July 2024 monthly crime statistics. Item 9.2, spring 2024 survey results, TAPS, Teen and Police Services Program. Item 9.3, public infrastructure projects update.
Yeah.
Very good. We have 2 for public infrastructure projects update. Councilmember Lowry and sounds like Councilmember Ross. Councilmember Lowry, then Councilmember Ross, excuse me. You recognize.
The public infrastructure, well, I guess not for the projects, I've been requesting for meetings on the updates with the drainage for each district as a whole, how many feet, and I think I got one answer one time from you. Can we get updates on that every council meeting or every other council meeting? So we can have what's being done in each district, how many linear feet of drainage is being cleaned out, and if possible, set up a meeting with Drainage District 2 to see if they're willing to set up an agreement with us to help us do what needs to be done with drainage throughout our community.
Certainly, may I respond to that?
Absolutely.
So we have requested the availability of Drainage District 2 through their manager as to what their availability would be. As soon as we get a response, we'll bring that forward for available dates. So if anybody would like to attend, so we can do that formally through proper procedure. Also, Rick's team has been putting together a monthly report of the drainage that's being cleaned. However, we do not have a current mechanism to separate it by district. I know you're working on that. Rick, could you comment on that?
Yes, we are separating that going forward here by district. Lisa's helping with that. So we can identify the streets and locations in the districts off of our work order system.
So you've been getting it every month as part of these reports. It just hasn't been by district. We've just started doing it by district. So you'll see that separated moving forward.
So we have been doing it every month?
It's part of.
There's been reports as far as how many feet of drainage channels we've cleaned and culverts that we've cleaned.
And that goes, and so you have a copy of that?
It's been on the council agenda.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
It's under manager's report. We put it up once a month.
On the Public Works report.
On the public works report.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
One of many numbers.
Thank you.
Listen.
Anything else? Councilmember Lowry, anything else?
Good.
Mr.
So,
Ross?
good job on getting manholes done. However, there have been large brass rings left in people's yard when they have gotten done with the manholes. Not sure where they come from or how they got there or what, but I have got lots of complaints and I have seen more and more of them as I drive around District D in people's yards, and I'm not industrious enough to pick it up and take it across the street
shouldn't
because
have to, sir.
they're about 800 pounds. Just not happening by myself.
We did
So-
talk to the contractor about that. I saw that come in. That is inappropriate. I'm not sure why they were leaving them. I have not seen any, but you have, so.
Yeah.
We will make sure we follow up.
It'll get addressed.
Thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Let's move now to items for the good of the order. Mr. Garcia?
Yes, Mayor. In discussions with staff, as far as what concern that was made about the billing cycle, I want to remind everybody, we have 2 billing cycles here in the Marque. Cycle 1 bill due date is the second Monday of each month. So arbitrarily, that date won't be the same. It'll just be the second Monday of each month. That's why some of those dates are different. And the cycle 2 bill date is the 4th Monday of each month. That's done to stagger the amount of invoices and funds that are coming in, to stagger them that way. If that Monday falls on a holiday, it would be due on that next business day. Hopefully that points some clarification as to the question that was raised by the resident.
I can understand what you're saying, but I would think, Mr. Garcia, if you would get yourself, maybe members of your staff to do a video with graphics to help explain that to our residents, that might help them to understand what you're saying.
Certainly, we'll do.
Yeah.
And I don't think it also, Mr. Garcia, and I concur with her, because sometimes I don't get a bill. And so and the other thing, and I've said this too, is that the time period from the date that I get the bill for the delays in the mail, I get the bill and I just have 2 or 3. I have a bill that quote is overdue right now, come to think of it. Right? But why? Because it just came in the mail 2 days ago. And I set it aside and said, I've got to write the check for that. But I haven't done that. But that for me is the frustrating part. I pay it and then suddenly it's due again. So I didn't know about this other two billing cycles. I love a video.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I think that
We'll work
probably
on that.
work. Yeah. Anything else, Mr. Garcia?
No, sir, nothing at this time. Thank you.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move into executive session. The council for the city of Lamarque, Texas reserves the right to adjourn into executive session at any time during this meeting to discuss any of the matters listed above as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, deliberations about real property, 551.073 deliberations about gifts and donations, 551.074 personnel matters, 551.076 deliberations about security devices, 551.087 economic development. Tonight, we are recessing into executive session to address three items. 10.1, section 551.071, consultation with attorney, potential litigation regarding Elizabeth Hu. 10.2, section 1551.074, personnel matters for the purpose of hearing a complaint or charge against an officer or employee, council member District A. And 10.3, section 551.074, personnel matter for the purpose of hearing a complaint, charge against an officer or employee, council member District C. And so we are recessing tonight at
7:48.
7:48, and we will be moving into our executive session. And certainly, we won't be council long tonight. Let's move as expeditiously as possible.
Yeah, I'll take it right in.
We stand in recess. We are back out of executive session at what time is it, Miss Nance?
9:41.
9:41. Item 11, actions to take taken from executive session 11:1, section 551.071. Consultation with attorney, potential litigation regarding Elizabeth Koo. I will entertain a motion that we authorize our city attorney, Gus Knable, to be the recipient of any legal correspondence from Elizabeth Koo and her attorney.
That's fine. That works for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those. Oh, I'm sorry. I acted like wasn't the mayor for a minute. I was a council member. I will, as the mayor, entertain a motion. And did you,
So moved.
is there a second?
Second.
Very good. I'm sorry. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 10.2, section 551.074, personnel matters for the purpose of hearing a complaint and charge against officer or employee, council member, District A. I will entertain a motion. I will entertain a motion. Agenda item dies for lack of a motion in a second. 11.3, section 551.074, personnel matters. The purpose of hearing a complaint or charge against an officer or an employee, council member District C. I will entertain a motion.
So moved for motion for censure. We've had a very, can I discuss it a little bit?
Can you outline your
Yeah, my
censure?
motion, yes. So this censure is regarding the issue with the slander of being against, and I really hate to do this because we are family. And Councilman Lowry is our newest member. And there have been some things that have been said that I think as a new member, we have to learn that we have to be careful with our words, all of us. And so that's why I'm moving for censure based on the allegations of stealing city funds to buy a personal vehicle and take lavish trips. And also for the comments that was made to a teen employee. I find that reprehensible. So we have had a hearty discussion to the citizens of Marque. We're going to do our best to go forward. We're going to do our best to try to work together because that's what we've been elected to do. I thank the mayor and the mayor pro tem and Councilman Ross for hearing us, but that is a motion because we are the ones that have to govern ourselves. And to the citizens of Marque, we are going to go forward and we will all try to be better. That is my motion, Mayor.
And so let's get this straight. It's there is a motion to censure for, there was an allegation you're suggesting that was made against you that you stole city funds for personal use.
And then
That's the first.
one,
And the second was what now? Slander,
the slander, the defamation,
defamation.
and then the Facebook post about going to prison. Based on the complaints that I gave.
So stealing city funds for personal use and going to prison. And what is the slander and defamation?
Taking lavish trips as well
Lavish trips, okay.
with city funds.
Is that the entire
And then
motion?
the other one was about various organizations that are tied to me, being given funds as well.
Okay. Anything else?
The other one was the one that we tabled from last week concerning Carolyn Smalls and her son, who was a teen employee.
Okay. And that was an allegation of slander?
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's still we tabled it.
Yes,
last
ma'am. Council, would we like Mr. Lowry to respond before we entertain a second?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Mr. Lowry?
The accusation that Ms. Yancey said that there was the item that she's talking about the car, the vehicle and stuff, that was actually corrected in an open meeting. I have it on audio. I can provide that. So that's not accurate information. The slander, it's a two-way street. Prison, I hope anybody on this, as this council, anybody sitting up here, if they break the law and the courts find it deemed to go to prison, I hope they go to prison. And that goes for everybody up here, including myself. Lavish trips, forensic audit will prove otherwise, or it'll prove it happened. Very simple. And same thing going with the organizations tied to Kimberly Yancey getting city funds. That's another thing. Forensic audit will show that. So, but in regards to her comments, slander, she did an article yesterday that slandered me, and it's recorded in a Houston magazine. And so what we have is Miss Yancey throwing rocks and hiding her hand. So with all that being said, I think that council will do the right thing.
Are you done, Mr. Lawler?
Yes, sir.
Any other person on council?
We're discussing the motion.
Yeah, we're discussing, Ms. Yancey's made a motion before anyone elects to or not to second. We're just trying to make some headway.
Okay. Well, I want to thank my council members for the passionate exchange of ideas that we had here. I actually, as I said, I hate executive sessions, but I'll say my piece in this sense. Number one, I want the public to know that if at any time they wish to file a motion to censure, I'll accept it. You don't have to worry about it. I'll accept it. I don't want to waste anybody's time on it. And it is what it is, period. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I'll continue to show up here and do what I do until otherwise, should I decide not to run again or other situations. That's number one. Number two, my standard on all of this, and this speaks to your motion, Ms. Councilmember Yancey, is I only, some of you may know this, but I have had the pleasure of serving the residents of Precinct 3 as an interim justice of the peace, and I took an oath of office there. As such, it's an oath of office that continues. That's why justices of the peace, some of them continue to do weddings, and you have that privilege to do. And as such, I'm still continue to be an officer of the court. My basis, as I look at stuff, is what's said here. What's said here. Nothing more. I don't base things about what I see or don't see on social media. That's not something that I'm interested in here. It's not something I agree with, but it's not something in terms of if I have to make a decision here. And so based upon, I'm only supportive of a motion for censure based upon comments that were made here as council members, here as council members. And there was, I think, inaccurate information that was conveyed that improperly referenced the checks or things of this nature, but we'll have to go back and look at the record on that side. So to that extent, as for the remaining part of your motion, I'm not supportive of those things. I'm just focused on this, what occurred here, as I said. And so I don't know how we deal with that. But I think that also I heard, I believe that there's also some methodology or, what am I gonna say, some understanding among some of the principals, all of us here, as to what we should do in the future when these situations come up as well too, is what I understand. So that's all my comments.
Sounds like you seconded the portion of Ms. Yancey's motion that deals with what Mr. Lowry said or allegedly said
Said
while he
here,
was
yes.
participating in a council meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
on that.
And he just reiterated it just now about the forensic audit would show that I stole money. He just reiterated that. Let the record reflect that he just said that in his
Okay, Ms. Yancey.
explanation.
Okay. All right. Mr. Ross, did you have anything?
No.
Here's the deal. Mr. Lowry asserts right, freedom of speech. And that right to freedom of speech affords him the opportunity to not be jailed for his speech. It affords him the opportunity to not be harmed physically for his speech. Does not afford him the right to make slanderous accusations. We've had that discussion. It does not afford him the right to make comments toward colleagues that are insulting. And there are remedies for that. There are laws against slander. There are laws against libelous statements. That does not give him the right to threaten. There are laws against threats in our country, and so freedom of speech is not entirely free. But that goes for our entire council. None of us ought to speak in a way that would be slanderous or libelous and considered threatening in any manner. Part of the issue is that this council does not necessarily have a mechanism of dealing with this other than a censure. And the censure simply says that we are not in agreement with the comments that are made or the activities that a council member or elected appointed official makes or acts. But beyond that, we've spent over an hour, I thought you said, in an executive session dealing with things that will not pave one street, will not dig one ditch, or buy one bulletproof vest, things that are ancillary and, quite frankly, unnecessary when you come to a council meeting. I've said that to Mr. Lowry, I've said that to Mr. Compion, to Ms. Yancey, and to Mr. Ross. We have to find a pathway forward. I've said to Mr. Lowry, quite frankly, Gus, tell me if I can't say this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. In executive session, I've said to him clearly, the issue is not your disagreement with your colleagues. The issue is how you say it. We've had that discussion. It's not conducive to a council for us to go around making accusations against one another. That goes both ways, Mr. Ross, Mr. Compion, myself included. We have to find a way to work together, to disagree, to say we disagree, without all of the hostile rhetoric. What was said about Mrs. Small's son was unfortunate. Shouldn't have been said, Mr. Lowry.
Point of order, there was nothing said about a son. There was a question asked.
There's a question
For the record.
asked. The comments, let me say it. Let me
And
say it
nobody
differently.
mentioned nobody mentioned the son by name or anything else.
The incident, let me say it differently. The incident with Mrs. Smalls was unfortunate. We got to find a better way, council. We got to find a better way to move our city forward without all of the rhetoric. Because the rhetoric does not do anything for the embetterment of our constituency. And they elected us here. I said this to Mr. Lowry in the back as well as Ms. Yancey. They've elected all of us. All of us got the majority of the vote in our election. And everybody that voted for us were people of Lamarque. And so they want us to work together. So we have to figure that out. If we don't, it's going to be a tremendous opportunity that we've missed. Those same voters are going to correct course. And so there'll be 5 new people sitting here sooner rather than later. So we entertain a motion. I wanted to ask Gus. Mr. Lowry made a comment, and I want to ask you without exposing all of our executive session conversations. But there was a comment made about comments that elected and appointed officials make from this council table, to Joe's point, and how there isn't really a whole lot legally that can be done. Can you speak to that? He made that comment. We were having a conversation and he made a comment to that effect. And I think Mr. Booth, you and Mr. Booth had a conversation about that as well, as relates to Carolyn Smalls. Is that correct?
It is, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the question correctly, but is the mayor's, or is your concern, Mayor, or let me repeat that. Is your question to me, what potential liability could the city have for statements that are made up here? Is that your question?
In relation to what your comments or what
Right.
Mr. Booth's comments were about Mrs. Smalls' incident.
What, there was no legal jeopardy that the city was in for any comments that I made. And another point of information, when you guys came back from executive session last time, it was stated by a councilwoman that I had violated or the city was at jeopardy, which was in fact not true.
Did you want to reveal, Mr. Lowry? We were having that conversation and you made reference to that effect, but you used another example. Do you remember the example you used?
Lawsuit against the city in federal
All right,
court.
and so all right, so here, I mean, we need to be careful, like, but if council would like me to comment on what is the potential, is the city's potential liability in a defamation case, I may do that, or I can do that. Would you like me to, Mayor?
Yes, I'd like for you to tell us what you were out here, what you were telling us in the back.
Right, so, and this would be my advice, just generally. If you all make statements up here, they are statements that are likely in your official capacity. And if it was a defamation case, the city would be brought into that. Could the city get out of that? Yes. Would that cost the city money to pay me or my law firm or TML, and TML pay a law firm to file those motions to do that? Yes. So while ultimately, it may not be a very great case. It is something that the city would have to deal with. Does that answer your question, Mayor? Because things set up here in your official capacity, the city, whether meritorious or not, would have to defend.
What about on Facebook? What about in the public arena? On Facebook, social media? You're specifically saying.
I'm talking about up here. Yes,
Right.
Mayor.
What about out there?
If it's out there, and it's said in somebody's personal capacity, then the city, we would not, it would likely not be a city. It would not be, and I don't want to say when I say not a city issue, please hear me when I say this. As regards the city's insurance company, I am not saying, because I don't have because it is not appropriate for me to say whether it is an issue for council to be concerned with. I don't have an opinion on that. I can only speak to legal issues.
Very good, very good. Let's do this. There is a motion, and that motion has been narrowed by Mayor Pro Tem to comments that Mr. Lowry has made or allegedly made on the council bench, in the council table.
So are you asking me, Mayor, to amend my motion and continue to allow Carolyn Small's complaint to be tabled for another meeting?
Am I asking her that, Kara? Gus, am I asking her that?
I won't say what to do with the other part of it, but
But it can't
sounds
stand.
like Mayor Pro Tem supports a portion
narrow,
of that. Now, after you vote on that, if you would like to bring it back up as a separate motion, that is an option that is available to you. But it sounds like in the interest of the second, if Mayor Pro Tem was going to do it, it's only in relation to a portion of the original motion.
Are you amending your motion?
I'll amend my motion to let it come back.
Okay.
So I'm amending my motion to just with and let me say this, a censor is just a public rebuke. That's all it is. It's just saying that does not represent our council. That is not who we want the city of Lamarque to look like. That's not who we want. That is not how we want to be represented. So it is a public rebuke, but it's just that. It's just saying we will do better. We expect a higher expectation from our members. So my motion is the three complaints that you read out with the use of using city funds for lavish trips to purchase a personal vehicle. And then the saying various organizations that I'm affiliated with are using city funds as well. That's the exact quote that was in
From the dais, I mean, from the council table?
from
the news.
well, from the news article and just what was just said here. Because he said it on the record here, that a forensic audit would show that I'm a thief.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem is suggesting.
motion.
So that's not what he's seconding, though. He's seconding what was said in a council meeting previously.
Yeah, what she said earlier, I'm not interested in what was said. That's not.
You're not interested in the
No,
newspaper
not
article.
or the newspaper or anything else.
So we're specifically dealing with what was said at the
Yeah,
council table.
That's my standard,
Uh,
yes.
Okay. Okay.
And I'll play for the record what was said.
Hold on just a minute, Mr. Lowry. Hold on just a minute. Are you amending your motion to reflect that, Ms. Yancey?
So I don't know why this is so hard for the council. Can
It's
someone please explain to me, why is this so hard?
it's not hard.
Council.
It's not hard, Ms. Yancey. He's choosing to second what was said over the council table.
Okay.
Which is in essence what was described in the article. Mr. Lowry has asserted that he was misquoted in that article. And I believe he provided some sort of an email or something to that effect. Did you show Mayor Pro Tem that email?
Mhm.
Okay. So he's saying he was misquoted, but what I believe The issue is he said something over the council table that you heard, Mr. Compion, and that's what he wants seconded. Are you amending your motion?
What he said to the paper, he said as a council person.
Okay,
There was nothing that was retracted, that went out. That deserves a censor.
okay. You don't have a second for that? You have a second for this, in essence, the same thing. It's except for it was said over the council, the council
Okay.
table.
Okay. Somebody else make the motion.
Are you rescinding
He
your
can make the
motion?
motion, Mayor.
Are you rescinding your motion?
No, I'm just not talking at the moment.
Well, you have a motion on the floor, Ms. Yancey.
There's a motion on the floor. I can't accept the
Yeah,
second.
you can't accept it.
Because I don't agree with that motion. I want, because of what was said.
Okay, so let's go back. Let's do it like this. Let's go back, Ms. Yancey, to the beginning. Do you want to remake your motion? Do you want him to withdraw his motion and then you can start over and see if you get a second?
No, let Joe make the motion. I'll second.
Well, you have to withdraw.
I
your-
withdraw my motion.
Do you
Mayor
withdraw
Pro-
your second?
I withdraw my second.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a motion you'd like to make?
The statement that I heard sitting here was a motion to censor with regard to statements made, unfortunately, by Councilmember Yancey and Councilmember Lowry with regard to allegations of money being stolen, trips being taken, checks to other organizations. That's what I heard here, sitting here, and that's the censure on that.
Okay,
I second it.
you second. Any further discussion?
What she's referring to, and I'm going to play it because that article actually came out during a council meeting, and she was sent that information during the council meeting, and this is the recording.
Hold that thought. Gus, is it allowable? Can he play his recording?
It's part of open record.
I mean, yeah, I mean.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine. Go ahead, Mr.
So
Lowry.
I was asked a question after the article that came out. There was some misstatements from the Galveston Daily News. I sent an email, I corrected him. And this was the statement that Kimberly asked me pertaining to the article that had came out. This is the only thing that was said on the dais, the only thing that pertained anything about it was a vehicle, but, and I will play for the record what was said and my response.
Yes, did you wanna?
Mr. Booth, am I allowed to ask Councilman Lowry if he said that my BMW was paid with city funds? And he said that as a forensic audit. Councilman Lowry, did you tell the Galveston Daily News that I bought my BMW with city funds?
No, what I said was, it's very odd that a councilwoman with no money, no job, a spouse that works part-time, all of a sudden gets elected and gets a new BMW. That is a red flag to anybody with common sense.
Wow. Wow. That's on the record.
That's my statement. There was no talk about lavish trips or anything else. So I was asked, I answered. That is the statement. That is the only statement that was made pertaining to that.
Okay, well then I'm gonna, if you'll agree, I'll just amend my motion to keep it to that statement on that one.
I'll
That's
accept
the
that
second.
amendment. Will you accept that as the second, Ms. Yancey?
That's fine.
Very good. Any further discussion? Again, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have to find a way to work together. We all got elected by the people of Lamarque. Everybody heard your stories, Mr. Lowry, about things that people said about you. And everybody heard what was said about Mr. Compion and myself and Ms. Yancey and Mr. Ross. Everybody heard all of the stories. And they still voted for us. So that means they want us to work together. That means that the rest of these allegations and accusations going back and forth, it's time for us to move forward without that. The people have heard to the umpteenth time that we're corrupt. The people have heard for the umpteenth time that you're racist. We've all heard it. We heard it. And yet people still voted. So now what we have to do is we have to, if we love Lamarque, respect the people that voted for all of us and find a way to work together. That means that if we disagree, I disagree. I think that's bad policy. I think that's not the right decision. And that's where we leave it. We, as a council, discussed in the back, moving forward with no more accusations, moving forward with no more slander or libel or any of those things. And that if one of us does it to another one of us, that will be a complaint, an automatic second, and a censure, no questions asked. Again, we can disagree. We can say, I strongly disagree. What we're asking each other to do, out of respect for the people that put us here, stop making accusations, slanderous statements. Stop tearing each other down. That goes for all of us. Hopefully we can move forward in that way. Does council have anything else that they'd like to add before we move forward?
Do we want to talk about the affidavit?
You can bring that up.
So we have asked Councilman Lowry about signing an affidavit saying that he is not the writer for Lowry News Network, that propaganda page that has a lot of different
Ms. Yancey,
accusations.
we're not gonna call it a propaganda page. We're
Well,
gonna call it the Lowry News Network.
A Facebook page.
There you go. There you go.
And he has asserted that he is not the writer of those accusations, and we've asked him to sign a sworn affidavit saying that he is not writing those horrendous accusations against members of this council.
He has agreed to sign an affidavit saying that he is not, I believe it's Michelle Smith, and who was the other one?
Micah.
Micah.
That they are real people.
They're real people, and those real people aren't you, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you're still willing to do that?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Well, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Council, any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Very
Opposed.
good. Very good. Let's move forward now, guys, into a brighter future. Item 12. Item 12, request announcements, requests made by mayor and council members of items to be placed on future city council agendas and announcements on city events, community interest, Texas Government Code 551.415. B, items of community interest include expressions of thanks, congratulations, or condolence. 2, information regarding holiday schedules. 3, an honorary or salutary recognition of a public official, public employee, or other citizen, except that the discussion regarding a change in the status of a person's public office, public employment is not an honorary or salutary recognition for purposes of this subdivision. 4, a reminder about an upcoming event organized or sponsored by the governing body. 5, information regarding a social, ceremonial, or community event organized or sponsored by an entity other than the governing body that was attended or scheduled or to be attended by a member of the governing body or an official or an employee of the municipality or county. An announcement involving an imminent threat to public health and safety. The people in the municipality or county that has arisen after the posting of the agenda. Mr. Ross, you're up first.
Outstanding. So as it's been stated, we came up with a policy of not slandering and talking about people and all that good stuff. So that's the reason why I voted against not censuring, because we sat back there for an hour and a half. And I think we actually accomplished more than saying censure up here. With that said, though, if it's caught, it automatically goes straight onto the agenda from any of us, straight onto the agenda for a censure. felt like an easy compromise there. Remember, we have an incoming tropical storm Tuesday, Wednesday, possibly Thursday, a little bit of remnants from it. City manager, I'd like to find out a little bit about trunk or treat. My daughter's kind of excited about it. And if you talk to the school district at all, school bus number 150 going down Ross at about 50 miles an hour. No kids on it, but it was trucking.
Wow.
150. As I was doing my tours through the district before I came here, I was like, wow, nitrous in the bus. That was, if anybody goes to the VFW for food on Wednesdays, we're not serving because, well, tropical storm. We don't know if we're gonna have power, what's gonna happen. So not gonna be there. And the community yard sale is also gonna be rescheduled for October 5th. You want to call up to the VFW, reserve your spot, inside or out. They have all details. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Mr. Lauer? Mr. Lauer,
Sir.
did you have anything?
Good.
You good? Ms. Yancey?
Cesar, what I would like for us to do in the spirit of reconciliation is if we can do a retreat, this council, so we can build back and build up. Because there is a lot of things we have to do. We are the second fastest growing city in Galveston County. And we want to make sure that we let our voters know that we have not lost focus. Our goal is to make Lamarque one of the safest cities and the cities where businesses are welcome. This month is International Women's Month. October 1st is National Night Out, and District A, we plan to do a town hall meeting the first week in October. We're looking at October 5th or the 7th, as we bring our community fair and our residents together. I would like to thank this council and thank my family. And I pray to God my mother never has to do that again. That brings up her own trauma from Jim Crow. But I want to encourage everyone to watch a movie called Them. It's called Them. And it's a movie on Amazon Prime. And I would encourage you to watch season 1. We are all Americans. And I pray to God that those of us that profess to be Christians, that we show the love of Christ. In our church, we have 3 things we say. KGS, know the love of Christ, grow in the love of Christ, and show the love of Christ. And in the back, I did apologize for anything that has been said or done or even the perception. Because I believe good Christians should always show the love of Christ and apologize, even if you don't think you may have you've done the wrong thing. But the perception is that you want everyone to love one another. And I still say, John 13:35 says, you will know what they are my disciples by the way that they love others. So we're going to be okay. We're going to strive to work together. And I just want to thank the mayor for, and Mayor Pro Tem for showing statesmanship and also leadership. And let's get back to business, council. We have a lot of work to do. And know this, I love you, I love you, I love you. And there's nothing you can do about it. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Yancey. Mayor Pro Tem?
I think the worst possible little storm will miss us. At least that's the weather reports I keep getting now, right, Kyle? At least those are my Red Cross ones too. But Louisiana may be impacted, and the orange, that area may be impacted. And as such, I may be deployed as well too. I just say that in the event that there's any serious damage. That's number one. Number two, it's every day I thank God, although I didn't look for this position, but I do thank God that, or whatever greater power you believe in, that I have the opportunity to engage with both the staff and the members here of this council. Collectively, we do dynamic work. If you look at all of our voting together, that's overwhelming, right? We're doing stuff for this community. And as I also commented to Councilmember Lowry, I'm really enjoying having him on council. It's actually a different dynamic, right? Instead of him coming every week or so in front of the dais there to present his comments. So, and I think that he's learning every day. Mr. Councilmember Lowry has a story to tell, and I hope someday he writes a book about his experiences. I think that would be certainly, and it's part of as we all do, part of a process of becoming wiser, because when we're younger, we're all smart, or smart at, I won't say that smart, we're just smart. But as we get older, I think we get wiser and understand things. So I can't think, oh, if you notice the work over at Duro at the high school, they're proceeding aggressively on the construction of the new high school. And they have 2 big detention ponds out there. Please be aware, don't go too fast. There's a lot of, while they're working, there's a lot of mud on the street. So go slowly, otherwise you may get stones or mud in your windshield that result in a cracked windshield. So please be careful there on that side. That's all I have, Mayor.
Very good.
And we play Hitchcock.
We who?
Lamarck plays Hitchcock Friday,
Oh,
home game.
Marque High School will play Hitchcock Friday.
Mhm.
Very good.
Wow.
Very good. We won't say go Cougs because we have Hitchcock ISD,
that's right.
Yeah, I have
as well
Hitchcock.
as Santa Fe ISD and Dickinson ISD
That's
in
right.
our city.
I can say go Cougs. No.
Certainly, we are watching the storm in the Gulf. One jog to the right, one jog to the left puts you in the sphere of uncertainty. Kyle, we are certainly going to have an update tonight before we leave here. It's a very difficult job that we do. And it's not even really a job, it's volunteer. And all of us ought to be commended for volunteering our time. Sitting at this bench, this table, takes a tremendous toll on you. It takes a toll on you physically. It takes a toll on you financially. It takes a toll on you emotionally. It can beat you down, it can grind you down. Government is always at the center of much of the displeasure of the people. So I want to thank every person that has signed up and that's ran for office and that was elected. It's a tremendous feat. All of us earned the right to be here. I can remember serving with Mr. Osteen and guys that were way older than me, and the fights that we had over ordinances and tax rates. Not one time in that time did I ever feel like when Mayor Crow or Mayor Charbonneau, when those gentlemen banged the gavel, or even Mayor Hocking, when that gavel was banged and the meeting was adjourned, there was not one time that did I ever feel like those men and those women that I served with not have this community's best interests at heart. Not one time did I ever feel like they didn't value or respect my contribution, and nor did I ever disrespect their contribution. Say this one more time. If we don't find a way to move forward together, the people of Lamarque are going to find 5 new people who are willing to put aside their differences, their disagreements, to move Lamarque forward in the best way that they know how. Throughout all of these years, no matter what was happening, since I've been the mayor, I have not engaged in any social media battles. I don't talk about anybody online. I don't do those types of things. As frustrated as I can be about what's happening in our city, I refrain from that. Because that's what leadership is. Whether we like it or not, leadership is having the ability to receive feedback in whatever forms that feedback comes to you. It doesn't always come to you and I respectfully disagree. Sometimes it comes to you in some of the most audacious and terrible ways. But leadership says that you are able to withstand those attacks and keep focused and move forward. And that's what I've tried to do for 3+ years as mayor. Absorb the attack, keep focused, and move the city forward. And what I've learned, Mr. Osteen, is that over time, maybe not that day, but over time, people begin to get it and they begin to figure it out. My prayer is that all of us move forward to do what's best for the people of Lamarque, because when we fight, those are the folks that get hurt. The people that have raw sewage backing up, the people that have ditches that have not been graded properly, the people that have potholes on their streets, the victims of crime in our community, people that don't know how they're going to pay for the rate increase that we just mentioned earlier, even though it's 3%. It's people that don't know how they're going to make up that 3%. Those are the real people that we're up here representing. And if we're going to do the job, then that's the job. The job is to represent those people. The job is not to declare who is right for Lamarque and who's not right for Lamarque. The job is not to declare who's racist and who's not racist. The job is not to declare who's a criminal and who's not a criminal. The job is to get up here, to study the materials, and to make the best decision for the people that have sent you here to represent them. That's the job. No more, no less. And if we're doing anything more than that, we're doing things that we were not sent here to do, period. Full stop. If we're doing anything more than trying to solve drainage issues, trying to solve street issues, trying to bolster our police department, trying to augment our fire department, trying to make sure that we keep costs low, trying to provide as many city services as we possibly can with the tax dollars that the citizens of Lamarque have given us, if we're doing anything more than that, we're doing it wrong. And we know that we're doing it wrong if we argue, fuss, and fight at every turn. There should not be an argument or a fight or an issue at every meeting, at every turn. If that's happening, we're doing it wrong. I've had some of the greatest debates as a young council member, and I'll say this and I'll be done. Not one time did I ever believe that council didn't want me on the council. Not one time did they ever accuse me of anything, nor did I accuse them. We were men and women put here by the people of Lamarque, and we did the best we could 20 years worth of this government sitting in this seat for 20 years straight has taught me one thing. You get up there and you do the best you can. You don't make allegations. You don't disrespect people. You just do the best you can. You're feisty. Yes. Frustrated. Yes. Raw emotion. Yes. But we're not going to harm anybody. Not intentionally. Council, thank you for listening. That's my 2 cents for 20 years of being on the Lamarque City Council. And I hope that that takes root in our hearts. Again, as I was saying to Councilmember Lowry in the back, the people voted. They put us here. They intend that we work together. Very good. Thank you. Kyle, do you have an update on, is it still number 6 or did it get a name while we were? Francine, while we were in the meeting. Huh? Go ahead, Kyle.
Tropical storm Francine is fully developed, with the potential of becoming a hurricane later tonight or tomorrow. Category 1. Coastal flood warnings are in effect in Galveston County through Wednesday. Tropical storm watch is in effect for Galveston County and the entire Texas coast until Wednesday afternoon. Forecast develop into category 1, possibly as early as tonight. Current projected landfall is Wednesday along the Texas-Louisiana border. Expecting 2 to 4 inches of rainfall starting Tuesday and lasting through Wednesday. Storm surge still expected to be 1 to 3 feet, Bolivar Peninsula, basically. Wind probability map show 40 to 60% chance of tropical storm force winds along southeast Texas coast. Centerpoint Power has extra crews staged and on standby in Houston. Texas New Mexico Power has activated their emergency operations plan and have assessed line and tree crews and has contracting crews on standby to handle the northern and center part of Texas as it becomes needed. As far as Lamarque OEM, we have been in weather meetings all day. We will continue meetings tonight and tomorrow, at which some point around 11 o'clock, I'll be calling the mayor, emergency management director, to see at what level of readiness we will activate at. Most of the Galveston County is activating a minimum at a readiness level to be prepared in case, like you said, if it shifts a little bit to the left, of course, we'll get a little bit more than what we expect. As my job as the emergency management coordinator is my job to plan on it to switch, for it to move and for us to be ready for that switch, if not a curve into us, right? You know, we plan ahead, we plan for worst case scenarios. But I would say monitor your weather, monitor your news outlets. We started pushing out information as early as I think 8 o'clock this morning. We're putting it on social media and on our website at the top banner of our website. We are doing it in a bullet type listing so that the facts can get across pretty quickly. And that is all we have as far as an update is right now.
Thank you, Kyle. There's nothing further, ladies and gentlemen. I will entertain a motion.
I just have to.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
Just wanted to take a moment and,
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
no problem. I wanted to, take a moment to recognize, passing of, one of our, team members. The very early morning of August 30th, Ms. Brittany Richard was murdered. And, as a team, we lost a very valuable member of our team. We can report that a arrest has been made. There's still a lot of investigations that still need to happen. Some of the things that we're doing is we're consulting with each other as far as some of those experiences that we're all experiencing with this loss. It is somebody who had been part of our team. She's a mom. She leaves behind two young men. And we're very saddened by this loss. As a team and the family has requested for us to have a balloon release in her favorite colors here at City Hall on Thursday. Thursday at 6 p.m. and the services are scheduled to be Saturday morning, beginning at 11 a.m. Please keep her family in prayer. Please keep our team members who lost a very close member of our team in your thoughts. And we know that will allow justice to do what it is that justice has to do. The services are again at 11 a.m. in Texas City at Carnes Funeral Home. Viewing starts at 10 a.m. for anybody who may be interested in attending. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anything further? We'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
The second. All in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned.